Well, hello. It's the 24th of December today. And it's Christmas Eve, as most of you are probably aware of. Not that I need to tell you. Anyways, today I want to talk about philosophy, and there's a main reason why. It doesn't really have much to do with Christmas. It just happens to be Christmas Eve today. I'm hoping to have a discussion with one of my favorite streamers and political personalities on the internet, and that is Destiny or Stephen Bonnell. He has helped shape my understanding of like my views, but not in an unhealthy way. I think, like most people, we kind of start from this groundwork of trying to understand like what the truth is of the world. Like everybody kind of begins in their own journey through life. Like constantly being able to ask questions about oneself, constantly being able to reanalyze the things that one already knows in a new light with new information, to revise one's understanding of the world, is a very like needed skill that not a lot of people get the opportunity because of economic stability, whatever their situation is, or even like emotional capacity sometimes to like actually face a lot of those questions. It can take a real toll on people's mental state when they're confronted with a lot of questions. I want to write this down actually. It can take a real toll on one's state and perspective when confronted with the challenging, world-altering questions / information. In part due to the idea that the things we intuit as being true are likely far from it. So this is one of the things that I personally think is kind of at the crux of all of this. One of the big issues right now in society is a lot of young people are at a crossroads right now, needing to choose their path. Like either you have like religion or something where your entire life path and like purpose and all of your morality stems from some sort of system outside of you that you're born into and you just kind of like follow, or you kind of have to carve the path on your own. And so the trade-offs for some people of like choosing one or the other is something that not even everyone really gets to make even, but I think that what's important here is given that life is really complicated and the sheer amount of information there is out there, tons of people may struggle to face philosophy head on and honestly. It may be easier and already for one to take part in a worldview. Yo, what's up, Fahrenheit? Crafted by someone else. It is wise, anyhow, to stand on the shoulders of giants. Okay, I need to use the bathroom. I have not. I've been super busy lately. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I may need to take more breaks more often than usual. That's okay. We'll get it done. Religion is a very common example of a structure for understanding one's place in the world, their purpose, community, etc. Why does religion exist? Why do we have a longing for something greater outside of ourselves? Why does it feel like we are the main character of the universe? Until you grow older and you become more mature. The world we live in, or I guess the universe, we are one small part of, seems so vast and magical that it can't be for nothing. Nihilism. Nihilism is the belief that there is no objective meaning to anything. There is no purpose. There's no purpose. There is no divine plan. There is no right and wrong. And morality, if it exists, is just a subjective view. If one does not contend. I don't think contend's the right word. Partake in a religious worldview, it is common to question simply why. Three-year-olds do this all the time. The 3-year-olds are known for this. I guess it needs a hyphen. They will continue asking why, even after you have answered. Or I guess like their question. The pure curiosity seems to be the wisest attempt at seems to be the first attempt at getting to the bottom of understanding anything and everything. We live in a cause and effect universe. If we know the conditions around matter, forces, space-time, we can predict almost perfectly what will transpire. When an apple falls from a tree, it will continue falling until stopped by the ground. This leads many to question what was the first cause? I did play the rest on stream. I did. I hope that's not the only DLC. I hope they come out with more. You might have missed it, but that's okay. Yeah, I killed Oskio and then I kept playing, I think. Yeah, 'cause like Oskio was like one of the last things, if not like the last thing that I did in that area. I had done everything else. Like I killed, or I, I think it was maybe a stream after that, but I killed Oskio, and then I opened the door to the cake with the cake, and then went and go and fought like another boss, but it was just like a normal mini boss kind of. What do you mean that's not the hardest? I looked around everywhere that I could find. Well, and the Endless Tower. That's sure. I mean, I'll go like play the Endless Tower sometime. But like I finished the DLC area, like the new content. Like yeah, I understand that the bosses are new content. I'll get around to them at some point. It seems as though everything happens in a chain of events. Take one link away, and the whole thing falls apart. This makes it very difficult for someone to radically redefine their understanding of reality when one column falls. The rest of the structure bears more weight and cannot hold the cannot hold up the roof for very long. Depending on the structure. There's a million different things. It's a metaphor. Go with it. The problems young men are facing arguably are no different than the problems of the past. They have been simply amplified. It has been historically more unified, especially in America. Well, there's always fucking caveats to fucking everything. I'll talk about what the problems are, because that's really important. finding and living up to one's purpose. Fulfilling desire and bringing meaning to their life. Serving ones they love and having fun are modern issues. Young people face. With the advent, is that the right word to use here, of the internet. I'm going to look up the word because I don't know its meaning. Advent. That is not it. That is a today thing, though. That is a religious thing.
Hello and welcome, everyone.
Definitely not Advent. With the introduction of the information highway known as the internet, the easy access to data, opinions, propaganda, news, etc. The human mind bears more weight emotionally and logically. Well, emotional weight with understanding more of the full picture. It's easy to imagine a life simply with less data, more boredom, more wonder and gaps in knowledge. We are today confronted with the technology and drive to fulfill our deepest curiosities. To an end most are not prepared for. when we ask the question, why, over and over again, we are inevitably lost. We do not have all of the answers, or any at all, perhaps, to why the universe is the way it is, what morality is, what our purpose is, why the universe even exists at all. Many attempt to answer the question by jumping the gaps in knowledge. One very common way is through the idea of a creator or divine how do you spell divine? Divine is I, okay, not E. Presence that could have designed and curated the existence of existence. For me, however, this is unsatisfactory, and I would argue it's a non-conclusive argument. Because we don't have conclusive arguments to stand on, we lean even more heavily into the belief systems, morality, frameworks, and life paths that our families, friends, and community have curated for and with us through our lives. Seems to be a longing outside of understanding why we are here and why the universe is. a desire to feel as though our lives mean something, that our existence is not for nothing, born out of chaos and an indifferent or apathetic reality. The fight to avoid nihilism stems from the fear that a worldview so disconnected from culture and society is incompatible and unhealthy for survival and thriving. Well, a thriving and healthy humanity. I myself have been a nihilist for a few years in my late teens and early 20s. I am currently an existentialist, which is a branch of nihilism, but stems from the same understanding that we simply do not have conclusive meaning and objective rules of our existence. I have personally found it liberating and empowering to see the world in this light. I can reevaluate rules, structures, or systems, norms, relationships, and myself without judgment or a gavel. It's basically the same thing. Without judgment or preconceived notions of what is right or wrong. In order to get to this stage of nihilism, one must first confront It's weird that my mouse input makes my display brighter, but when I'm just typing, my display like goes more dim. Not exactly sure why that happens, but
Hello and welcome.
the emptiness of not knowing anything for sure. Having no ground to stand on. Having no guide to tell us where to go or what to believe. That is the only way. I'll be right back. Okay. Understandably, so it is a daunting task. I just completely fucked up that word. All of us are surrounded by people and organizations or How do you spell organizations? Organizations. Organ, like organs of the body, isations. That tell us what they think or believe to the degree of even punishing us if we do not follow or agree. The age-old question of who is right and who is wrong, who our friends are, along with our enemies, haunts daily life. From the simplest disagreements to the grandest epiphanies. I'm sure. Oh, it's PH. We are always evolving our understanding of ourselves and our place amongst each other. If one feels lost or disconnected from their purpose or their group, they are almost by necessity. That's not how you spell that. Necess with two S's. An enemy of someone. To be part of a team or group also means you are an enemy of someone. With 8 billion humans alive today, you can find almost any belief system or structure manifested in vast variance and size. Power and influence are very important to enforce one's worldview upon others. They may believe they are doing it for the greater good, the survival of a civilization, or to fulfill a divine prophecy. But ultimately, it steps on the political idea of social liberalism, of which I partake in supporting. Yes, this is partially political. Everything is political. Especially nowadays with the interconnectedness of everything, of information and people digitally. Idealism spreads like wildfire. Everyone fighting for what they believe in. Standing up against the opposition. Modern day nihilism is taking shape in a unique way where more and more people are realizing that the groups they partake, the machines and systems that society deemed correct or true are, well, hold on, what do I want to say here? Is no correct team to join. It is not clear which team is correct. The larger the tent of people in a coalition, the more room for diversity the less cohesive the underlying philosophy becomes. It is addictingly easy to identify one's self now more with a single person on the internet or small group who can represent more accurately one's beliefs on a larger stage. With the easy access in modern societies to cheap technology, besides RAM prices right now, Jesus Christ, and platforms of which to speak, anybody can have a voice. Not everyone, obviously, but like, this is a modern society problem. This is a first world country issue. I understand that. If we zoom out to attempt, to see the full picture, it seems more and more unclear and less cohesive, the understanding. Which side is correct? Ultimately, my conclusion is that there isn't a right answer, but a more helpful methodology. If we squat and squabble over things we don't even have definitive proof of, we are jumping upon paper thin ice. The skills young people need to develop to survive and overcome the coming age is to confront agnosticism. Hi. To find common ground amongst our subjectivity and work together to navigate the darkness rather than lay the path we perceive to be correct right now. It's very difficult to reframe one's perspective, to embrace the unknown as a close friend. Living with false answers that satisfy our desires for meaning and otherwise seems to fulfill an instinctual longing for purpose. To where some would argue it is morally wrong to rip that away from them. Ask yourself, would I rather live knowing the truth, live attempting to understand the truth as infeasible as it may, and be perhaps unsatisfied? Lost? Purposeless? And alone? Or take part in a community of open-armed individuals salivating at the opportunity to, what's the word? Conform? Conform. Conform. Individual to a false sense of security and truth. Individual. Those are ultimately the two options we face as human beings. The solution I propose for any individual person is to take care of one's survivalistic needs until they are stable and able to confront reality in terms they can honestly review without preconceived judgment or knowledge. I feel like that's correct, but the problem with young men is that they are looking for the truth, but they will not find it. Our subjective emotional attachments to people, places, things of all kinds make it only natural to join an existing hive mind. Jumping from one to another by the drop of a hat. The ease of access to new people and groups, new people and thoughts make it easy to swipe left and withhold commitment or withdraw with low to no consequence. If one does not find a satisfactory identity or is betrayed by one's innate circumstances or belonging, they will act out. Nihilism can be a natural path for those who are not distracted by I'll read this in a second. Another set if left to one's own devices with enough time and enough questioning, one will eventually confront death, the choice of death. Suicide rates for men. Let's go ahead and look at this. Suicide rates for men. In the United States, the suicide rate for men is nearly 4 times higher than for women. For men, account for nearly 80% of all suicide deaths. In 2023, the age-adjusted suicide rate among males was 22.8 per 100,000. Suicide rates went down. In 2018. Well, this graph says 14.1 per 100,000. Native American Indians or Alaska Natives have the highest suicide rate amongst any race or group. .7 versus 5.9 from male to female. Pretty crazy. Are at an all-time high. Nihilism can open the door for enlightenment or a personal pursuit of meaning. But it also can close all doors but it can also open the very last door intentionally. I myself had many thoughts and temptations of suicide. Licking death's door and not rejecting the taste. To be at life's edge, almost willingly, is a unique position to be in. It is a great reset. If one continues to go forward, to stick it out, they will have a more open mind and a deeper appreciation for the good things once they recover. I guess that's what I did, but if they decide to fall into the void permanently, I believe they have the right to make that choice, though never encouraged. Philosophy, the love of wisdom / knowledge. What is real? What is true? What matters? Who am I? What is my purpose? It can take a real toll on one's mental state and perspective when confronted with challenging world-altering questions / information. in part due to the idea that the things we intuit as being true are likely far from it. Given that life is really complicated and the sheer amount of information there is to learn, tons of people may struggle to face philosophy head-on and honestly. It may be easier for one to take part in a worldview crafted by someone else. It is wise, anyhow, to stand on the shoulders of giants. Religion is a very common example of a structure for understanding one's place in the world, their purpose, community, etc. Why does religion exist? Why do we have a longing for something greater outside of ourselves? Why does it feel like we are the main character of the universe? The universe we are one small part of seems so vast and magical that it can't be for nothing. However, I would argue that it is in part for nothing. Nihilism. The belief that there is no objective meaning to anything. There is no purpose. There is no divine plan. There is no right and wrong, and morality, if it exists, is just a subjective view. If one does not partake in a religious worldview, it is common to question simply why. Young children are known for this. They will continue asking why even after you've answered their question. The pure curiosity seems to be the first attempt at getting to the bottom of understanding anything and everything. We live in a cause and effect universe. If we know the conditions around matter, forces, space-time, we can predict almost perfectly what will transpire. When an apple falls from a tree, it will continue falling until stopped by the ground or other force. This leads many to question, what was the first cause? It seems as though everything happens in a chain of events. Take one link away and the whole thing falls apart. This makes it very difficult for someone to radically redefine their understanding of reality. When one column falls, the rest of the structure bears more weight and cannot hold up the roof for very long. The problems young men are facing, arguably, are no different than the problems of the past. They have been simply amplified. Finding and living up to one's purpose, fulfilling desire and bringing meaning to their life, serving ones they love, and having fun are modern issues young people face. With the introduction of the information highway known as the internet, the easy access to data, opinions, propaganda, news, etc., the human mind bears more emotional weight with understanding more of the full picture. It's easy to imagine a life simply with less data, more boredom, more wonder, and gaps in knowledge. And we today are confronted with the technology and drive to fill our deepest curiosities to an end most are not prepared for. It was perhaps easier for men to go on living high and blind in the smaller worlds they embodied day to day. When we ask the question why over and over again, we are inevitably lost. We do not have all of the answers. I should say any. We do not have any of the answers. Or I guess I already did say any. We do not have all of the answers, or any at all perhaps, to why the universe is the way it is, or what morality is, what our purpose is, why the universe even exists at all. Many attempt to answer the questions by jumping the gaps in knowledge. One very common way is through the idea of a creator or divine presence that could have designed and curated the existence of existence. For me, however, this is unsatisfactory, and I would argue it's a non-conclusive argument. Because we don't have any conclusive arguments to stand on, we lean even more heavily into the belief systems, morality frameworks, and life paths that our families, friends, and communities have curated for and with us through our lives. There seems to be a longing outside of understanding why we are here and why the universe is. A desire to feel as though our lives mean something, that our existence is not for nothing, born out of chaos and an indifferent or apathetic reality. The fight to avoid nihilism stems from the fear that a worldview so disconnected from culture and society is incompatible and unhealthy for a thriving and healthy humanity. I myself have been a nihilist for a few years in my late teens and early 20s. I am currently an existentialist, which is a branch of nihilism, but stems from the same understanding that we simply do not have conclusive meaning and objective rules of our existence. I have personally found it liberating and empowering to see the world in this light. I can reevaluate rules, systems, norms, relationships, and myself without judgment or preconceived notions of what is right or wrong, of what is correct. In order to get to this stage of nihilism, one must first confront the emptiness of not knowing anything for sure. Having no ground to stand on, having no guide to tell us where to go or what to believe, that is the only way. At an honest attempt of truth. The fight to avoid nihilism stems from the fear that a worldview so disconnected from culture, society, Did I already read this? Wait, what the fuck happened? Okay. Seems to be along the side of fight to avoid nihilism stems from the fear of worldview so disconnected from culture and society is incompatible with and unhealthy for a thriving and healthy humanity. I myself have been a nihilist for a few years in my late teens and early 20s. I am currently an existentialist. As the only tackling the universe honestly in the pursuit of truth. The mistake we all have made is to have an answer and dig up the information to support it. Understandably so, it is a daunting task. All of us are surrounded by people and organizations that tell us what they think or believe to the degree of even punishing us if we do not follow or agree. The age-old question of who is right and who is wrong, who our friends are, along with our enemies, haunts daily life. From the simplest disagreements to the grandest epiphanies, we are always evolving our understanding of ourselves and our place amongst each other. If one feels lost or disconnected from their purpose or their group/team, they are almost by necessity an enemy of someone. To be part of a team or a group also means you are an enemy of someone. Or I guess that's like the same thing. To be part of a team or group To be part of a team, of a group/team, we are almost by necessity an enemy of someone. Even we are not exempt of this. Even if we work alone. With 8 billion humans alive today, with over 8 billion humans alive today, you can find almost any belief system or structure manifested in vast variance in size, including those who judge harshly against ones such as myself, who are willing to shed any grounded, any preconceived reality shared by humanity. And start from square one. Power and influence are very important to enforce one's worldview upon others. They may believe they are doing it for the greater good, the survival of a civilization, or to fulfill a divine prophecy, but ultimately it steps on the political idea of social liberalism, of which I partake in supporting. Social liberalism, of which I believe to be the most accurate portrayal of applied existentialism in political ideology. Okay. Especially nowadays with the interconnectedness of information and people digitally, idealism spreads like wildfire. Everyone fighting for what they believe in, standing up against the opposition. Modern day nihilism is taking shape in a unique way, where more and more people are realizing that it is not clear which team is correct. The larger the tent of people in a coalition, the more room for diversity, the less cohesive the underlying philosophy becomes. It is addictingly easy to identify oneself now more with a single person on the internet or a small group who can represent more accurately one's beliefs on a larger stage. With easy access in modern societies to cheap technology and platforms of which to speak, anybody can have a voice vicariously through an online personality. If we zoom out to attempt to see the full picture, it seems more and more unclear and less cohesive which side is correct. I think I said this, kind of. Yeah, modern day nihilism is taking shape in a unique way where more and more people are realizing it is not clear which team is correct. And then I say it again at the beginning of the next paragraph. If we zoom out to attempt to see the full picture, it seems more and more unclear and less cohesive. Which side is correct? What we see. What I see is a canvas of chaos attempting to structure, attempting to create order and a method to the madness. Ultimately, my conclusion is that there isn't a right answer, but perhaps what is more helpful to anything we should spend our time defining what it is we subjectively value or determine is worth our effort and find those of which we agree and move from there. To pretend determine to pretend that if we convince ourselves that our preferences and misguided and incomplete framing of truth is somehow actually grounded and deserves universal respect, we are tripping over our own laces. The skills young people need to develop to survive and overcome the coming age is to embrace agnosticism, to find common ground amongst our subjectivity, and work together to navigate the darkness rather than lay the path we perceive to be correct right now. It is very difficult to reframe one's perspective to embrace the unknown as a close friend, especially on a societal scale. Living with false answers that satisfy our desires for meaning and otherwise seems to fulfill an instinctual longing for purpose to where some would argue it is morally wrong to rip that away from them. Ask yourself, would I rather live attempting to understand the truth as infeasible as it may, and perhaps unsatisfied, lost, purposeless, and alone, or take part in a community of open-armed individuals salivating at the opportunity to conform another individual to a false sense of security and truth in the pursuit of happiness. Those are ultimately the two options we face as human beings from my perspective. Neither answer is objectively correct. You would know that if you have been paying attention. The solution I propose for any individual person is to take care of one's survivalist needs until they are stable and able to confront reality in terms they can honestly review without preconceived judgment or knowledge. The problem is that we are looking for the truth. But may not find it. Our subjective emotional attachments to people, places, things of all kinds make it only natural to join an existing hive mind, jumping from one to another by a drop of a hat. The ease of access to new people and thoughts make it easy to swipe left and withhold commitment, or withdraw with low to no consequence. If one does not find a satisfactory identity, or is betrayed by one's innate circumstances or belonging, they will act out. Nihilism can be a natural path for those who are not distracted by the swarm of ideas and communities. If left to one's own devices, with enough time and enough questioning, one will eventually confront the choice of death. Okay, I tried to pivot, but I don't think it worked. Okay. Science, the pursuit of truth is more important than the truth itself. To prove the negative should be the motto of humanity. Science has been the single most effective methodology at examining our world and improving quality of life for many. Outside of science and our double-blinded tests, outside of science, there is room for interpretation and subjectivity. preference, and delusion. But to conflate the outside unknown with truth we are doing ourselves a disservice. It is two S's. I just spelled it wrong somehow. Maybe I didn't spell the last part right. We're doing ourselves a disservice to demand cohesion on the outer skirts of on the matters of things we cannot prove or are ever changing, like one's conscious experience and identity. Social liberalism allows for more people to coexist with different preferences and understandings of what is true. We have experimented with liberalism in this sense as in part a democracy in the United States and other countries oh my god have followed suit. The democratization of ideas and voices have unveiled our differences in the matters of right and wrong. Free speech is a common belief as a right for individuals to manifest. But through this, we have found Yo, 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 yo. I am muted here anyway. Young men's issues. Young men want to find love, identity, purpose, respect, and legacy. Among the sea of chaos that is our universe. This leads to some men finding meaning in convincing others of what is right, true, correct, or virtuous. To use. In a world full of individuals acting for themselves and close ones they deem worthy, some feel betrayed by the world and groups within that may have once welcomed them indoors. Questions for Destiny. Do you think social liberalism is existentialism in political practice. Is religion distracting? Is religion too blinding for the sake of pursuing a more allow for truth, the pursuit of truth to thrive as much as it needs to. Socially, it feels impossible to discuss respectfully what is right and how to solve issues when we are working with drastic different frameworks. Another type of question in this field is religion and nihilism compatible on a societal level in the long run? We see people grounding arguments for abortion, identity, truth itself on terms of which are unprovable and rely on delusion. Maybe not, because for eternity, how much can we disagree on reality before our culture before our civilization becomes and cohabitation becomes unlivable. Would as we know it collapses if we are acting in opposition to one another's interest, or perhaps because humanity as a whole has always had many vastly different beliefs through all of history, had always had many vastly different beliefs. Things are and be fine. How do I want to word this, though? That's my question. Can it be beliefs or points of view that can differ? Sorry, I did not see my chat for a while because I was looking at Discord. Can it be beliefs or point of views that can differ? Well, it's everything. Like, points of view is a belief. Problem is either that there is objectivity or subjectivity, which is another. Yeah, I mean, those are different things. And from my perspective, I don't think there is objectivity of which we can stand on basically anything except for what we can, like, try to, like, prove with science to the best degree with our limitation of technology. Like, we can only stand so firm as so far as, like, we know that this will happen predictably when we do this experiment, but we don't know why it does that thing necessarily. Like, objectively, like, we don't have, like, the groundwork to say, like, we know X will happen when we do Y, or I guess X will happen when we do Z, but why does Z cause X, like, outside of that? Like, why wouldn't it be something else? Without technology aside as an example, texts are the reasonability, but due to science and technology, it changes the view completely. Yeah, I mean, like, you can only use the faculties of the mind, including like logical, analytical thinking or subjective experience, to kind of navigate what you intuit almost as being most likely true. Like you don't really, like, our brains are not evolved for truth, because our brains are not evolved for truth, but to avoid pain and aim to survive. Mental thinking is limited without an external source of reason. Well, it's not an external source of reason. The only source of reason we have is within our own brains. But we can have external sources of data that then we can input into our reasoning model. And that's why we're trying to like create AI, is to create an external sense of reasoning. But so far what we only have is like our brain does the reasoning, but we can gather more data with technology. Like, the common example I like to use is light has so many different wavelengths, but we only see an extremely small like sliver of all of the different types of light and quote unquote color that exists in the universe. We are extremely limited, but through different types of cameras and stuff, like, we can somewhat transform that light into a wavelength that we can see to try to like represent what that light kind of looks like, but at the same time we truly just cannot see it. Like, we are still, like, we can help see objects if we look through certain wavelengths with technology that we wouldn't be able to see otherwise, in magnification and all of that. But that to me was a bit of an eye-opener. At the same time, I had to take that as a grain of salt due to information seemed almost to me impossible, but that does not mean there was not a possibility. Well, it's not necessarily that it's possible. I mean, like, I would say it's fairly reasonable that you're sitting in a brain in a vat that is extremely limited to observing all that there is, you know? Like, the sheer amount of information and diversity that the universe has to offer is a little bit too much to comprehend or to compute. Like, it's not really a surprise, at least to me, that we are missing so much of the real picture of like what is actually going on. So almost to the degree where I would like prove like the opposite. Like, I would argue for the opposite, where I would start as nothing is true. Yeah, it's all about the filter of what is true. Exactly. That's kind of what I was writing earlier in Philosophy and Politics. I talk about nihilism and like the idea that there basically isn't truth. Like, when we go down to it, like, we don't actually know. Like, we live in a cause and effect world, so it's very easy to delude ourselves into thinking that like we can figure things out and like the real cause of what is happening. But then you just keep going back in that chain. Eventually at one of those links, you'll get to the point where you're like, we don't know. Like, I actually, like, it just kind of ends there, but it doesn't seem to be a reason why it even started. For example, if faith and religion was out of the picture, then I can agree to that point of view. Okay, but faith, the definition of faith is to believe something. The definition of belief is to think something without conclusive evidence. No religious argument is a conclusive argument. It's not good enough to actually explain anything. It's just an attempt at an explanation without the conclusive evidence for it. There's a very big difference between logically being able to like explain a thing to say that it's plausible versus proving it and being able to prove the negative to say with certainty that it's correct, which religion and faith cannot do. They do not exist within And that's totally fine. I'm super passionate, so don't take my tone as like super confrontational. I'm just very into these conversations. Generally, I think that religion, as much as it's been a very helpful tool for humanity throughout all of history to be able to like cohesively work together in unison towards a common goal for the sake of not just surviving but thriving and trying to find purpose outside of oneself, that is like trying to fulfill purpose that it feels like within we have this longing for, to figure out what the fuck's the point, like why are we here, you know, what's the meaning. That's literally all the shit that I talk about in here. But like I think that it's like it's hard because nowadays, with the sheer amount of data that we have access to with the internet, it seems so trivial to me at this point that any religion is anywhere near the truth. It just isn't, because frankly, the amount of information that any of these religions were working with is extremely limited. Like I was saying earlier, like there's not like a pathway to understanding the real truth of anything. Definitionally, these religions are agnostic. They don't actually know. They just believe. That's a very different thing. Anybody can believe anything they want. And it's kind of like a unfalsifiable thing. So it's kind of left by itself because they're just allowed to believe whatever they want. But because you can't prove that they're wrong either, they can kind of exist on the same playing field, even though they're actually claiming a positive, which I would argue is even more like what's the word, misguided and incorrect than strictly just saying we don't know and we have no way of understanding it right now and maybe we'll never know. Like that is way more accurate to the truth than claiming to know the truth, right? Like that's it's the hubris of thinking that, especially in much more primitive and less technologically advanced civilizations, that somehow they would have the answers to the universe is a little bit far-fetched, a little misguided, I think. I don't blame anybody. Like I literally go through this. Like I'm just going to read this real quick because this is a really good like representation of what it is I'm thinking. If you don't mind. I mean, I'll answer any of your questions right now, but for me, truths do get hidden away and not provided for us for the fear of not seeing the future of humanity. Hidden by what? Hidden by who? Hidden for why? That just seems like a skeptical thing. And I'm not being confrontational. I'm just genuinely asking the questions that come to mind. I don't know who you are. I don't have anything against you. But these are the things that, like, if there aren't answers for these, then it's just a belief. And, yeah. Philosophy and politics. The love of wisdom / knowledge. What is real? What is true? What matters? Who am I? What is my purpose? It can take a real toll on one's mental state and perspective when confronted with challenging, world-altering questions / information. Indu parts of the idea that the things we intuit as being true are likely far from it. Given that life is really complicated and the sheer amount of information there is to learn, tons of people may struggle to face philosophy head-on and honestly. It may be easier for one to take the part in a worldview crafted by someone else. It is wise, anyhow, to stand on the shoulders of giants. You know, so many other people have existed for so long and already have thought about the same types of conundrums that we are faced with, that, you know, looking towards other people who have spent the time observing the same phenomenon and issues is likely helpful, at least as a guide if you're, you know, just needing to survive and move on with your life. The same goes with past generations in history that changes our current points of view. Exactly. But right now we're living in the most drastic amount of change because of the access to information that we have. The information highway is so wide. It's basically like unlimited. Like at this point, anybody can learn about anything as long as they have an internet connection and maybe a VPN depending on where they live. But like, yeah. Religion is a very common example of a structure for understanding one's place in the world, their purpose, community, etc. I can 100% agree with the information that's available to us currently. Well, I understand what you're saying, but just because information is there doesn't mean the information is true. Just because somebody can claim something doesn't mean it's true, right? So like what information is true, that is the ultimate battle that we're faced with every day. Why does religion exist? Why do we have a longing for something greater outside of ourselves? Why does it feel like we are the main character of the universe? The universe we are one small part of seems so vast and magical that it can't be for nothing. However, I would argue that it is, in part, for nothing. Nihilism is the belief that there is no objective meaning to anything. There is no purpose, there is no divine plan, there is no right and wrong, and if morality exists, it is just a subjective view. If one does not partake in a religious worldview, it is common to question simply why. Young children are known for this. They will continue asking why, even after you've answered their question. The pure curiosity seems to be the first attempt at getting to the bottom of understanding anything and everything. We live in a cause and effect universe. If we know the conditions around matter, forces, space-time, we can predict almost perfectly what will transpire. When an apple falls from a tree, it will continue falling until stopped by the ground or other force. This leads many to question, what was the first cause? Seems as though everything happens in a chain of events. Take one link away, and the whole thing falls apart. This makes it very difficult for someone to radically redefine their understanding of reality. When one column falls, the rest of the structure bears more weight and cannot hold up the roof for very long. So essentially what I'm saying is a lot of our belief systems are so interconnected with other things that simply trying to strip away at one thing that we think is detrimental to the entire structure of what we believe, because one belief system doesn't really stand on its own. Normally, at least not with a reasonable mind, because the mind is constantly trying to make connections and see patterns and identify concepts with other concepts. And like literally the way your brain is structured, the neural pathways are like interconnecting different neurons with different things to create like a bubble of like concepts working in tandem. And that's, you can't just like take one piece away and be like, well, it's all cohesive. It's like, no, it's a never changing journey. It's never complete. It's kind of like art. Like logic is still art. Like your brain is trying to create a logical structure to represent the world as you understand it in the most truest sense that you're able, if that's your pursuit in life. The brain is not necessarily made for that purpose, but part of the brain is capable of pursuing that. But it's a whole thing. Not everything is truth unless it gets unraveled to the true truth. That makes no sense. We have no way of really measuring that, which is hard to say due to the fact that we keep questioning without a proper reason. Okay, yeah, you did actually say that. Funny part about how Expedition 33 brought up writers and painters. Both can be a form of art, but they have different purposes. Expedition 33 is my favorite game for a reason. It's the most philosophical game I've played. I hear that other JRPGs can also be pretty philosophical that I haven't gotten around to yet, so I'll get there, but yeah. Anyways, the problems young people or just people, honestly. The problems people are facing arguably are no different than the problems of the past. They have been simply amplified. Finding and living up to one's purpose, fulfilling desire, and bringing meaning to their life, serving ones they love, and having fun are modern issues young people face. I could expand on the having fun part. Essentially, all I mean by that is like people's groups of like get togethers and like I can't remember what the term is, like third places or whatever, like people where they hang out, like bars and whatever. Those places are shrinking. And so like yeah, it's a whole thing. With the introduction of the information highway known as the internet, the easy access to data, opinions, propaganda, news, etc., the human mind bears more emotional weight with understanding more of the full picture. It's easy to imagine a life simply with less data, more boredom, more wonder, and gaps in knowledge. It was perhaps easier then to go on living high and blind in the smaller worlds they embodied day to day. We are today confronted with the technology and drive to fulfill our deepest curiosities to an end most are not prepared for. Goals are the meaning of life. I mean, like, that's kind of what I said at the beginning, right? Who am I? What is my purpose? What matters? All that. When we ask the question why over and over again, we are inevitably lost. We do not have all the answers, or any at all perhaps, to why the universe is the way it is, what morality is, what our purpose is, why the universe even exists at all. Many attempt to answer the questions by jumping the gaps in knowledge. One very common way through is the idea of a creator or divine presence that could have designed and curated the existence of existence. For me, however, this is unsatisfactory, and I would argue it's a non-conclusive argument. So, we are always lost. Yes, we do not know. If we know anything, we know that we don't know anything. Like, it's a cheesy punchline, but at the same time, it's like the most profoundly true thing that I would argue for. Like, we are so lost in the sauce in this chaotic tornado of a universe that is just insanely gigantic to the point where we really are insignificant. Like, it's not if the if the universe was created so that we could exist, like God wasted a lot of computer processing resources to render the entire universe when all he had to create was like the sun and the earth and the moon. Like there's so much wrong with the idea of thinking that like we are important, I guess. Like we mean more. Like the only way I would argue that like our existence is like profoundly interesting or like important on a universal scale is the fact that we embody consciousness, but we don't even really know what consciousness is. Like it could just be a property or like an emergence of matter, or it could be matter, a property of matter itself, like panpsychism. It could be just something that is special of the entire universe anyway, and it's not even like something that we like. It's not even like a soul or whatever the fuck special else. And like, yeah, it's not something I would like try definitively to put anything into because it's so misunderstood. Consciousness is the hard problem. It's like the question of like what the fuck is going on here that seems to be really weird when it comes to the universe. But especially in sense of scale, like we are just so insignificant. Like it just doesn't matter. I'm not going to insert my POV too much to anyone. I at least have a guide in life, or it will be a pain to live. Yeah, that's something that I note in here. Because we don't have any conclusive arguments to stand on, we lean even more heavily into belief systems, morality frameworks, and life paths that our families, friends, and communities have curated for and with us through our lives. There seems to be a longing outside of understanding why we are here and why the universe is. A desire to feel as though our lives mean something, that our existence is not for nothing, born out of chaos, and an indifferent or apathetic reality at an honest attempt of truth. The fight to avoid nihilism stems from the fear that a worldview so disconnected from culture and society is incompatible and unhealthy for a thriving and healthy humanity. The one way I also learn what Carl Jung did with his writing of the persona. I have not read officially like a lot of philosophical stuff. I'm a Zoomer. All I do is listen to video essays and podcasts. But yeah, all the information is kind of still represented in there anyway. It's about the idea of like representing the concept and like understanding the concept. So as long as the knowledge is there, I don't see anything wrong with it. Like in a way, it's almost even more interactable and understandable in that medium because auditorially it just feels more intuitive to us when we like consume information. You're literally doing it right now on the live stream. Like it's the same fucking thing. I myself have been a nihilist for a few years in my late teens and early 20s. I am currently an existentialist, which is a branch of nihilism but stems from the same understanding that we simply do not have conclusive meaning and objective rules of our existence. Funny for me is how I learned about it is from a K-pop group. The Carl Jung persona thing. Cool. I have personally found it liberating and empowering to see the world in this light. I can reevaluate rules, systems, norms, relationships, and myself without judgment or preconceived notions of what is correct. In order to get to this stage of nihilism, one must first confront the emptiness of not knowing anything for sure, having no ground to stand on, no guide to tell us where to go or what to believe. That is the only way at tackling the universe honestly in the pursuit of truth. The mistake we all made is to have an answer and dig up the information to support it. If you know anything about the scientific method, it would be helpful to remind yourself that you're trying to prove the negative before you ever say the data that you have is like conclusive or true. Like you need to prove the negative first. You need to do like a double blind test. You need to have some sort of way to rule out externalities and exceptions before saying that what you think is true is true. You can fabricate, create data to support anything. You can twist the world and reality into any framework that would then support your argument. Negative/evil, if anyone wants to look at it that way. What's negative or evil? I don't think nihilism is negative or evil. Nihilism is just the idea that you just haven't had anything. Like there is nothing that proves anything. It is simple lines to advise the right or correct. I don't know what you mean. Oh, like for the scientific method? Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I got there. Anyways. Understandably so, it's a daunting task. All of us are surrounded by people and organizations that tell us what they think or believe, to the degree of even punishing us if we do not follow or agree. The age-old question of who is right and who is wrong, who our friends are, along with our enemies, haunts daily life. From the simplest disagreements to the grandest epiphanies, we are always evolving our understanding of ourselves and our place amongst each other. To be part of a group or a team We are almost by necessity an enemy of someone. We are not exempt of this, even if we work alone. With over 8 billion humans alive today, you can find almost any belief system or structure manifested in vast variance in size, including those who judge harshly against one such as myself who are willing to shed any preconceived reality shared by humanity and start from square one. Power and influence are very important to enforce one's worldview upon others. They may believe that they are doing it for a greater good of the survival of a civilization or to fulfill a divine prophecy, but it ultimately steps on the political idea of social liberalism, which I believe to be the most accurate portrayal of applied existentialism in political ideology. I should have gone through and kind of given an explanation for what existentialism is. All I said is that it's a branch of nihilism. Essentially, what existentialism is it kind of takes a little bit more seriously the subjectivity of people. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has their own personal experience. Everybody has their own, like, belief systems and whatever. And the fact that they have those things is something that we should pay attention to. The idea of meaning itself, because it's not provided by any objective reality, the universe doesn't provide it on its own. If we have the illusion of meaning, maybe that's all that meaning is. And even if meaning isn't objective, maybe we can still kind of take it seriously. Because if we're going to take logic seriously, if we're going to take science and truth seriously, if we're trying to like figure out what is going on and how things work, I feel like it's kind of weird to also just completely ignore the subjectivity that we all embody and embrace every day, regardless if we want to. Just it's like so ingrained in our conscious experience that like it almost becomes a part of objective reality that the subjectivity exists. Like you can't deny that subjectivity itself exists. Like it's objectively true that it's part of at least our perceived reality. And so it's hard to argue that it doesn't somehow matter, or at least feel like it matters to the degree where we should probably take it seriously. I agree here what you say about this, as I have questioned so much and do not think we're giving a proper reasoning. I am just doing this as a person outside of this. Well, in a lot of ways, this is what people think, but they just are committed to some other group or some other idea for some reason. I think that this is the most accurate portrayal of reality or like philosophy that I think we should partake. Anyways, is about external source that advises us to do is correct or face consequences. Right. So if you shed that, then what are you left with, right? Because the external source has no objective, conclusive argument to stand on that would prove that you have to follow what they say or that what they say is correct. Nobody has it. You don't have it. They don't have it. No one has it. That's my argument. Power and influence. Did I do this one already? Yeah. Especially nowadays, or I'll read the last part. They may believe that they are doing it for the greater good, the survival of civilization, or to fulfill a divine prophecy, but it ultimately steps on the political idea of social liberalism, of which I believe to be the most accurate portrayal of applied existentialism and political ideology. Social liberalism is the idea of freedom. It's a lot of the core tenets of like the American Constitution, democracy, the idea that we... one second, I have to forward my mom an email real quick. It's the idea that we're like trying to maximize individual autonomy. For some reason, I'm not seeing the email. I can agree to that, but at the same time, we can't. Autonomy is hard for individuals who can't properly think beyond their limitations. Autonomy just means that they think whether or not they think correctly. Autonomy is just the idea that, like, you're not completely reliant on another source. Like, you have some sort of individualized processing and decision making that is happening on a local scale. So autonomy is like, sure, in society we are dependent on like farmers for food and stuff like that, but guides are not necessary. Like I myself am quote unquote a guide, I guess, for like nihilism, which is kind of a weird like sort of irony, but at the same time, like, a guide is an external source, but you don't have to have that external source. You are still autonomous. You just happen to also include that external source, which makes you technically less autonomous, but you're not completely like removed from self-autonomy, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm just looking for this email, but it's not coming in. Spam? Anyways. Then we do not have a label. Basically, we do not identify as anything at all, just an existence. Exactly. You're just like an existence. You're like you're basically an amalgamation of like the things that make you, but it's an ever-changing identity, and it's an ever-changing relationship with things outside of yourself. Like, think about the ship of Theseus. If you have a ship called Theseus and you start taking away a piece and you repair it, or you replace it with a brand new piece of the ship and you put it on the ship, at what point can you replace pieces on the ship and it no longer is the ship of Theseus? At what point can you take something apart, repair it, change it, replace it, bit by bit, until it isn't that thing anymore? Or is it just always called that thing? But what if you took all of those pieces that you took off that ship and you put them all back together at the end to make a ship, even if it's a broken one? Is that the ship of Theseus, or is the one that you repaired and replaced the ship of Theseus? Which one is which? That, like, there isn't like a clear idea to like where the limit is, like where that line is. Once you cross it, you can never go back. Like, that's like a debatable unknown. And it is a direct analogy to us, because we have our atoms are constantly being replaced. The energy of which we're running on is cycling through our body, going in, going out. The things that make up who we are, what we are, is ever changing. Like our cells, I think there was a study or whatever that said, like, on average, your entire body's cells are completely replaced around like a 7-year cycle on average. Different cells have different replacement cycles, different growth and death, like timing and stuff. But like, literally the physical matter that makes you is gone on like a recurring cycle. So it's about creation versus repair / undoing and redoing. Yeah, but would you say that if I got a haircut, that I am the same exact person? I don't think so. Part of me is missing. Part of my identity has shifted. Part of what was me is no longer part of me. And so am I no longer whole? In a way, I'm kind of not. I'm like a new whole. And like, depending on your frame of reference of like what snapshot you're willing to look at and say, this is me, even a microsecond later, you're a different person. Like, something has changed. You are always changing. Change is the only constant. Creation is something that was nothing that is created and shown of existence. No. Creation is reforming things that exist into a new pattern. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That is a law of our universe that I personally believe is true. There is not from nothingness into creation. Like, that doesn't exist. Creation is transforming something or an amalgamation of things into a new shape, into a new place. Technically, transforming also just means moving something from one place to another as well. I'm just saying, as an outsider in this thinking process. Yeah, but it's helpful to evaluate what you think and to question it and to try to prove the negative. It's a whole thing. I'm going to continue reading a bit. So I think we've gotten to a pretty good place for that conversation. Especially nowadays with the interconnectedness of information and people digitally, idealism spreads like wildfire. Everyone fighting for what they believe in, standing up against the opposition. Modern-day nihilism is taking shape in a unique way where more and more people are realizing that it is not clear which team is correct. The larger the tent of people in a coalition, the more room for diversity, the less cohesive the underlying philosophy becomes. What I mean by this is, like, the more variables you're working with, the more people that are in a group with different opinions, with different ideas and preferences, like, the less cohesive or uniform, like, the group is. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I would fight for diversity for the sake of trying to figure out a better methodology for thought, and, you know, hearing new ideas is always helpful. But when it comes to when one exists, what changes is about one's wants to align with what already exists. Sure. I mean, that's one way to look at it. It's not necessarily incorrect. Like, yeah, it's kind of thinking about it transformatively of like, if you're existing, it's likely, well, it's guaranteed that change will happen. If it goes in a direction of what you prefer, you're like manifesting your preference. And if you're going in a direction you don't prefer, then it feels like you're becoming less of yourself, when really it's just you're not going the direction or transforming with the universe in the way you prefer. And so it's like you still exist in both of those realities, but it's like one feels more like you because it's what you wanted versus the opposite. But creation is not something in the sense that you defined it. It's not a thing. It doesn't exist that way. No, but like, okay. Let me help you get there for a second. We're going to think a little bit outside of the box. Potentiality is kind of a controversial subject. Not that anything I've been talking about isn't controversial. But potentiality of a thing is a thing, even if it's not a physical thing. What I mean by that is, if I have a drink, this drink has the potentiality to warm up to the point of the liquid evaporating and the metal essentially like melting. It has the potentiality to freeze and the liquid to become ice. It has the potentiality to fall when it's not upheld by some other force that gravity, will, pull it down, or that's a whole other argument. But essentially, like, all of the potentialities for what can happen are determined by the laws of physics, the laws of the universe, of what is possible. The type of creation that you were talking about, to me, sounds like pulling something out of nothing, like actual nothing. and creating a thing, which, unless there's some sort of like magic happening, is just not possible. Laws of physics is also a part of an external source. It's not, because we are part of the laws of physics. We operate within the laws of physics. It's not strictly external. It also impacts external things, but it is everything that is. Like, the laws of physics is things, the way things are. You are not separate from that. I don't think you meant that. Like, maybe you didn't think it. I don't know. But yeah, they're not separate. They're in tandem. Modern day nihilism is taking shape in a unique way where more and more people are realizing that it is not clear which team is correct, blah, 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 blah. The larger the tent of people, blah, blah, blah. It is addictingly easy to identify oneself now more with a single person on the internet or small group who can represent more accurately one's beliefs on a larger stage. With the easy access in modern societies to cheap technology and platforms of which to speak, anybody can have a voice vicariously through an online personality. You're trying to separate? Well, you can't. Like, it's impossible. Like, you just are part of the laws of physics. You are operated by the laws of physics. You do not exist without or with exception to the laws of physics. If we zoom out to attempt to see the full picture, what I see is a canvas of chaos attempting to create order and a method to the madness. Ultimately, my conclusion is that there isn't a right answer to anything. We should spend our time defining what it is we subjectively value or determine is worth our effort, and find those of which we agree and move on from there. If we convince ourselves that our preferences and incomplete framing of truth is somehow actually grounded and deserves universal respect, we are tripping over our own laces. And in a way, I do this all the time, and it's really hard to avoid, because it's really nice to convince ourselves, like, even with the laws of physics example, it's really nice to convince ourselves that, like, this is a very rooted and reliable methodology, or not methodology, like, idea that we can, like, really stand on and depend on. In a way, we do it anyway, but we technically don't actually have any guarantee that the laws of physics will work the exact same way tomorrow. We predict that it will, and we're proven right over and over again, but it would be a fallacy to assume it will always be that way, or to assume that we know exactly for sure that it won't change. It feels a little silly to say it, but at the same time, it's true. We don't actually know whether or not the universe is going to persist with the same laws of physics that it does. We don't have any proof that it will change. So if I was a betting man, I would say, hey, it'll be the same tomorrow. But say that the me advises to the point that I cannot say due to the rules/idea to strip what is correct. So an example, I would end up saying nothing. So it's not that you would say nothing, okay? So I did say this right here. We should spend our time defining what it is we subjectively value or determine is worth our effort, and find those of which we agree and move on from there. So as nice as it is to try to ground something in objectivity, it is only through the lens of subjectivity of which we can even say if objectivity is worth it, like you said, like I said, and then you repeated. That objectivity, that desire for analytical, logical, definitive explanations for the universe and how it works and why it's a thing, that all actually stems from subjectivity. My worldview of existentialism is that basically anything that means anything at all is ultimately stems from a subjective view. A rock does not care, as far to my knowledge, does not care about any of the physics or any of the things or its survival or its shape or anything. But we as conscious subjects do see the world in those ways. So we are the only things that would have the ability to even ascribe meaning to anything at all. We subjectively value objectivity, as difficult as it is to really ground objectivity. Not everybody's going to agree to the extent that they're going to care about objectivity, and that's fine. That's still part of their subjectivity. So that's why I'm basically saying there isn't a right answer to anything. We should spend our time defining what we subjectively value. And that's kind of the only thing we can do within reason. And eventually we can still go to objectivity. What I'm trying to say is you cannot start from objectivity and say what is true about subjectivity. It doesn't really work that way. Subjectivity is a very unique perspective, and it's like an unprovable thing. We can't observe consciousness on a materialistic scale to say what the subject is feeling. We can't measure qualia. We can't say and ascribe how a feeling works on a physical level. We don't have that ability to do any of that. Nor do we even think that it's even possible through technology. It's a very weird emergent property that consciousness is, that we kind of have to define consciousness as kind of its own weird thing because we just don't have the grounding for that yet. Maybe it's possible. In my estimation, what consciousness is really just a property of matter, but it's not something that is measurable. A lot of string theory and wavelengths and stuff like that can kind of help as a representation of what I mean. Of light technically has a bit of matter, I think, but it's basically matterless. But it also is one of the most powerful things in the universe. Light is not matter. Okay, that's right. Okay. It is an electromagnetic magnetic radiation made of massless particles. And so that's kind of what I think consciousness is massless emergence that takes shape around matter that can facilitate that. Because light is a matterless property that comes from matter, from fusion in stars, the energy dispersion of matter interacting with itself. So, psychological/mental/conscious is a totally different subject. Yeah, but it's also as much as it is a different subject, you still need to grant the idea that it's part of the objective world. The subjective world exists, or at least we have the illusion of it existing. Therefore, it exists. Therefore, it's part of the objective world. It's weird. You still can't fully ignore it in the full picture. You still need to combine them somehow, and that's really hard. Granted, during the times back then when humans could not comprehend at the time until now due to mass data. Yeah, but I would be very careful even now with the mass amount of data to really conclusively say that we actually know anything better or not, because it's just because we have data doesn't mean that we're pointed towards the truth. You can have data to support almost anything you want. Proving a thing conclusively is basically impossible. Universal rules seem to be the most rare and unapologetically extinct form of thing. It's hard to really say Not saying that it's 100% accurate. Yeah, that's kind of like, that's almost what I'm trying to say. It's almost dilute, like, it might be better in a lot of ways because we have more information, and I would rather live in this era with the information, but it might be worse because we are more convinced of false information, perhaps, rather than living in a place where it's like we just don't have the information at all or the data to like make a conclusive belief system, right? So like we delude ourselves more commonly nowadays to actually create like a belief system, to create some sort of structure for the way that we understand reality. And it could be even more falsified now and farther from the truth in many ways because we have data to support what instinctually the things that we would want to be true. That's why I earlier said one of the biggest, the mistake we have all made is to have an answer and dig up the information to support it, because the information is out there to support anything you want. And so it's very rare and difficult for a human being to not pursue a sort of like reason, especially if they've already kind of existed for a while and embedded themselves in a belief system. It's extremely rare for a human not to go out of their way to try to just support the argument they already agree with, rather than what I'm saying is what people should do and restart from zero as much as possible, because that's the only way to honestly tackle reality on reality's terms. You're always fighting a false positive. You're always trying to force a false positive by coming with an answer and then trying to find data to support it. You want to just start with the data, try to prove the negative for the data, and see what's left. That will represent more accurately the truth. Okay, if we zoom out to see tripping our own laces. Okay, this is the part that I'm excited to share with a lot of people. The skills young people need to develop to survive and overcome the coming age is to embrace agnosticism, to find common ground amongst our subjectivity, and work together to navigate the darkness rather than lay the path we perceive to be correct right now. It is very difficult to reframe one's perspective, to embrace the unknown as a close friend, especially on a societal scale. Living with false answers that satisfy our desires for meaning and otherwise seems to fulfill an instinctual longing for purpose, to where some would argue it is morally wrong to rip that away from them. Ask yourself, would I rather live attempting to understand the truth, as infeasible as it may be, perhaps unsatisfied, lost, and purposeless and alone, or take part in a community of open-armed individuals salivating at the opportunity to conform another individual to a false sense of security and truth in the pursuit of happiness? Those are ultimately the two options we face as human beings. From my perspective, neither answer is correct. Neither answer is objectively correct. You would know that if you've been paying attention. So yeah, it's hard because we all want to be happy. We all want to exist within a world that gives us, that makes us feel good. Like, it's a very natural desire. And so when we're confronted with reality that is apathetic and chaotic and just, it feels almost evil, even though it doesn't have any intentionality to it that we can perceive, it's almost insulting in a way, but it's also just as magical and crazy and absurd that it even exists and has created us in the first place, and that we exist at all. It's all about conformity. I have always leaned, and still stays with me to this day. Yeah, I mean, cooperation is an extremely important skill for people to partake within. You still need, we are social creatures. We depend on other people to fulfill tasks in order to create the most good, to have like the best quality of life. And so if you're only reliant on yourself to do absolutely everything, your quality of life goes down a lot. And so it's very natural for us to want to join a group of other people that will work together to create happiness and thriving. But that's a completely separate goal from chasing truth. Those two things are not equivalent. From I have always learned, and still stays with me to this day, chaos always has to have order. One thing cannot live without the other. Same goes with magnets. Okay. I get what you're saying. Think about it in a different way. Order will naturally be found in chaos within a large enough subset of interactions. If you think of chaos as pure randomness, if you have enough pure randomness, especially with our pattern like seeking brains, you will always find order within chaos because of the sheer amount of likelihood. Like, if I were to flip a coin for eternity, forever, for infinity, there will eventually be a pattern where I flip heads 1 billion times in a row. And that looks like order. It looks like it's determined, but it isn't. If you do it enough times, if you have enough data, enough interactions in the universe that are able to basically experiment and try new shit, eventually one of those things that seem like order and determinism and design will emerge, but it doesn't mean it was design. It just happened to be a pattern. I think it was Spotify or Apple Music or whatever that basically had to change their algorithm for what the random music modifier would be for like when you shuffle your songs, because people were claiming it didn't feel random enough because certain artists or genres or whatever would play too close to one another, so it didn't really feel random. There was too much order within the chaos, so they purposefully made their algorithms less random to feel more random and chaotic. So yes, yin and yang, but it's not on purpose. It just kind of is, you know? And it's a beautiful thing, like, to think of it as yin and yang. But, yeah, it's not exactly... It's not exactly on purpose. Like, it's just a natural property of chaos. The solution I propose for any individual person is to take care of one's survivalist needs until they are stable and able to confront reality in terms that they can honestly review without preconceived judgment or knowledge. The pursuit of truth is more important than the truth itself. To prove the negative should be the motto of humanity. Science has been the single most effective methodology at examining our world and improving quality of life for many. So here's the battle. It's religion versus science. It's been this way for the last few hundred years. Religion took us to the point where science could take over and thrive and expand upon society at an exponential scale. If you look at the timeline of humanity for how religion ruled the world and essentially created structure and survival and all that stuff, once science took over, which may have only been possible with religion, I'll be honest, then technology exploded, quality of life exploded, lifespans, the activities that we're able to do, the things that we're able to see, the places we're able to live, like everything exploded with the advent of science in humanity. So going forward, if I were to choose religion or science, I'm choosing science every fucking day without question. Like, it's not even close. Like, that is something that I feel like people need to get to grips with a little bit more. Like, yes, I understand that religion served an extremely important role in the history of humanity, but it's no longer necessary for human well-being. We still need to be social. We still need to feel like we have purpose. We still need, guides or whatever, right? But it's not necessarily from religion anymore. It can be a therapist. It can be an activity. It can be like a group, a club. It can be so many other things. Religion doesn't have to exist anymore. The things that religion provided for people that helped people survive and thrive as long as they did, arguably, with many conflicts and wars and death and a bunch of other shit, is no longer needed. Is that transition going to be easy and quick? No, absolutely not. Funny, it is a social construct. Yes, religion is a social construct. To try to face death, to try to survive, to try to have happiness. Like, I understand why religion exists. It's just no longer a thing. Everything to engage to is a social construct. I mean, yeah. You have, if you're going to partake in something that involves any other person, therefore, by necessity, it's a social thing. I mean, it's kind of the definition. But yeah. Take care of one's survivalist needs until they're stable and able to confront reality in terms they can honestly review without preconceived judgment or knowledge. The pursuit of truth is more important than the truth itself. To prove the negative should be the motto of humanity. Science has been the single most effective methodology at examining our world and improving quality of life for many. Outside of science, there is room for interpretation and subjectivity, preference and delusion. We are doing ourselves a disservice to demand cohesion on the matters of things we cannot prove or are ever changing, like one's conscious experience and identity. Social liberalism allows for more people to coexist with different preferences and understandings of what is true. We have experimented with liberalism in this sense as in part a democracy in the United States, and other countries have followed suit. The democratization of ideas and voices have unveiled our differences in the matters of right and wrong. Free speech is a common belief as far as a right for individuals to manifest, but through this we have found exceptions and outliers that deserve caveats and exception. This was only possible through a free and diverse set of minds working to pry the most minute differences and nuances to observe phenomenon within a largely shared framework. The ability to openly express ideas is core to fulfilling a most just and representative attempt at liberty. The battle we face in our modern day is finding the exceptions. How do we balance personal freedom while minimizing injustice and harm? If we allow full, unadulterated freedom of choice and action, inevitably people will exercise all sorts of demeanors and actions, some of which are harmful and infringe on what most believe to be a common good in society. So yeah, that's all I've got so far. I have nothing against what you say or do, as it is very constructive regardless. Yeah, I was writing a piece about suicide in this, and I was saying that there is no reason not to kill yourself, but that's not something people want to think about. Like nihilism, a lot of the reason why I think people are struggling is it feels as though nihilism is a very natural cycle to the human condition. Like depression is so heavily correlated with nihilism. I mean, that for me was literally the case. I had existential depression. I was a nihilist. I was going to kill myself. I had many temptations and thoughts of doing so. I decided to stick around, obviously, hello. But like, just for the sake of kind of seeing what happens, just because on my subjective view, I kind of just enjoy, observing stories and seeing where the fuck the world goes. And, I had a child, And so I felt some sort of responsibility to, be there for her, living or dying for my own selfish interests felt wrong to me. So I decided to stick around. But it doesn't mean that I didn't taste the door of death, because I definitely did. And so suicide is one of those things that really can inform someone's understanding of the world. It's very interesting to me to talk to people who haven't thought about killing themselves on a serious level. It's a completely different interaction. And it's been so long since I was in that state. I don't even really remember what it was like before a time where I wanted to end my own existence. There's like a level of death and acceptance of death and almost a longing for death that I feel like a lot of people just miss. And they don't understand that that's like a natural cycle to the human existence. It's not necessarily going to happen in everyone's life, and it's not gonna it's not like a prerequisite of it has to, but it's a very natural thing. I thought about it many times in different instances. Yeah, and it's not like a one-time thing either. It's not guaranteed to happen. It's a variable thing, and it's very dependent on circumstances. Part of that might be a survivalistic instinct to save resources for others. If you feel like the existence that you're living is not productive, if you feel like the point of existing does not outweigh the resources that you're consuming, the weight upon others of having to take care of you, a lot of these things, it can be a logical step to feel justified. It does get to that level for some people, depending on their life situation. They're not bad people for that. And I think it's kind of ridiculous to assume that suicide is evil, or that it's wrong. It seems to be a survivalistic instinct, perhaps. I mean, it's kind of just a theory, but depression leads to nihilism, which leads to facing hard questions and truths and tackling things honestly, which leads to perhaps grim conclusions to where living might not be a thing for that person anymore. Granted, I do feel wrong is an internal struggle due to survival, which is correct. But is survival even correct? Because if you're in a situation like I just laid out, where your survival, your existence is taking resources away from other people, if you're making life worse for other people, if you feel like you're just a drag, maybe if you didn't exist, things would be better. And that's not something that people are willing to ever go along with and say is actually the case, because it just feels wrong, and we would never want to encourage suicide, and neither would I. But I'm not going to pretend the logical conclusion of somebody doing that calculus isn't necessarily true, because it could possibly be that way. And to pretend otherwise is missing the point, because if you do confront it, you can look for solutions. You can say, okay, well, how do we turn that around? That you have to be able to confront the real issue before you can actually correctly address and change. Another part of survival of the fittest is another thing, not discounting that scenario, but it is more the impact around others of your existence. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the lack of your existence is more beneficial. And that is something that people should be more honest with themselves about. And it doesn't even necessarily have to do with suicide or death. It just is kind of the case. It just sort of gets to the groundwork of making decisions in general. Suicide just happens to be an extreme example. I think that if anybody, including yourself, is willing to sit and think and hear people out on ideas like this and honestly confront the truth for what it is to their best ability, there is a lot, and it's hard, but it's, like I said earlier, it is liberating. I've personally found it liberating and empowering to see the world in this light. I can reevaluate rules, systems, norms, relationships in myself without judgment or preconceived notions of what is correct. I am able to rewrite the rules of reality for my subjectivity in a new way, because by default, it's kind of prescribed by the people we live with, by the society we're born into. It's very ingrained into the culture before we even arrive, before we even exist. And so by default, we're kind of just born into the machine, and we're going to be churned out as a product. But to say, no, I don't want to be part of this factory. I want to look outside of myself. I want to look outside of the bubble that I'm in, walk out the front door and see what other places there are, is something that is not necessary or technically correct or right, but it's something that I would do, and it's something I did do. And that's something that I was lucky enough, I will say, in my set of circumstances and stable enough to be allowed to do, which is its own problem. Like, you can't just uproot everything, throw away your family or circumstances at any point in time and just start from zero, like, right away. Like, there is... What happened to the bottom? Okay. Whew, I accidentally deleted it. Okay, well, today I'm hoping to talk with the streamer Destiny. He is my favorite internet personality, and he should be going live at some point today, and then I'll try to talk to him, and we'll see how this conversation goes. I want to talk to him about the things that I was just talking about on stream. I want to see where we can go in terms of the conversation. I would prefer if he... Well, I'm not leaving right now. He's not live yet. That's just kind of my plan. It's more of existence and persona. Yeah. It's about the subjectivity of, like, who you are is, I would say, like, the point. Like, the journey of going along life is kind of the point. This is a good topic. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, this is like my favorite thing in the world is this word. It's philosophy. It changed me forever. It's like who I am now. It's hard to separate the two things. It's really difficult. I can delude myself into merely existing and just going along with stuff. Persona is itself a subject. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, personalities are, like, very diverse, and ever changing. I think I said that in this little essay here, but to me, philosophy is easy for me to separate, but does not mean to me correct for someone else. Yeah, exactly. I would not have the hubris to say that everyone in any position is capable of thinking the way I do and should believe the things that I believe. That is what religion does, and I don't like religion for that. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm actually living up to the principles that I think should be upheld, and it disgusts me to see otherwise in the world, which is only natural. To me, philosophy is easy for me to separate, but does not mean to me correct for someone else as far as reasoning is close to sound. Like, here's the thing. If the point is to find truth, philosophy is the methodology of which to find it on the most accurate scale. I'm proposing that nihilism is a necessary step in that journey. And if you don't go through nihilism, you are missing a core tenet of what is required to really understand life at its most representative reality. So I could be wrong. I'm pretty convinced I'm right. I'm not expecting everybody to agree with me. I'm not expecting much, honestly. I have gone through a lot. I've learned a lot. I'm only 23. I've got a long life to live and a lot more to learn. I'm generally on the path of trying to figure out some of the world's hardest problems because it's extremely enjoyable for me. As far as anything else is up to one's meaning or reason for existence. Like, I'll be honest, the objective reality of what is not my reason for existence. That's a very different it's a very different thing. It's still connected. It's so hard and convoluted and complicated, but like the conscious experience, the human condition is so profoundly misunderstood, but we're in it. We experience it. We are part of it. It is so unavoidable, yet so misunderstood. We are as much the laws of physics as we are consciousness. And yet it's almost easier to observe and to test the physics part to an insanely better degree than like almost any of the consciousness part. The consciousness part is like the most misunderstood part to the human condition. And that's why it's only natural for religions to have tried to make an explanation for it, right? Like, all religion was really trying to do at the end of the day is like make an explanation or a methodology to observe and to explain things. They just did it in a way where I think it's like, extremely flawed, and that's okay. Not just misunderstood, more of so much external guides. Well, here's something that Alex O'Connor once said in an interview or podcast or whatever. He said that meaning is one of the only things that you cannot teach, like a science or math or even art to a certain degree, even though that's pretty subjective. Meaning and subjective consciousness, purpose, spirituality, you can try, but ultimately each individual kind of has to start that journey from square one, from zero. Like, we stand on the shoulders of giants for math and science, but when it comes to the meaning portion of it, we kind of have to walk the path alone from the very beginning. Because it's not something that is like discernible down to words. We can try to explain it as much as we can, but it's the idea of Mary's room. Alex brings up that example all the time. Mary wakes up in a room, and it's without color, or it's like only the color blue or whatever. Essentially, the color red does not exist in her life. But she has every potential textbook, every potential description or example of red besides the actual color red itself. Do we think she learns something after reading all of those things when she walks outside and sees the color red? Do we think that she learned something new, even though she had every possible description of the physical phenomena of red, of all of the things that red is or could be? When she actually goes outside of her room and sees red, does she learn something new? Intuitively, the answer is yes to most of us. It's a different thing to have like qualia and conscious experience. The problem is you cannot identify it without properly seeing it. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Like, you can describe things and you can say, if you know what it's not, then you can infer what it is. Kind of like a multiple choice question. If you know all the wrong answers, you may not be able to identify the right answer if you had an unlimited amount of answers, but you can infer the answer. It's a different type of logical reasoning. Like if Mary had access to every other color and she was trying, well, maybe not. If she had access to every other color and then had a description for what colors it's most like, akin to the other colors, and then went out to see it, let's say she had access to all of the colors and a full description explanation of red, just the same as before. When she sees it, she knows it, and she knows it well, but she doesn't know the way it feels to see red. How about starting at the total beginning as a child? What was no clue at all? That means you can't infer. Well, yeah, but that's true about everything, so it's kind of like a non-starter argument, because that would just be true about literally everything. Like, yeah, it's true what you said, but that's not helpful, I guess, to the conversation, because it's like that just applies so broadly that it doesn't really, it's not specific enough to really make a point, I think. I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're trying to do. It's more on the basis that, like, it's not, you have to have a structure of relationships to different concepts in order to have any sort of understanding of anything at all. So if you're not contending with the idea of color in the first place, then even if you see red, like maybe subconsciously you're seeing a color and whatever and it's there, but you're not like cognitively saying to yourself like, oh, that's a color and that's red and that's different than this color. Like, you know, like a baby, right? As you learn from that point that you do infer back, yes, you do, then that is something to either hypnotize yourself to see it differently. I don't know if hypnotize is the right word. I mean, if you want to talk about like hypnosis and psychedelics and stuff, like there's a lot of use in experiencing consciousness differently. I haven't done any psychedelics. One day I would like to, for sure. I'm extremely curious. Um, but I've done like alcohol and caffeine, which is a very light version of a mind-altering chemical. Technically, everything's a mind-altering chemical. Alcohol more obviously, and marijuana most obviously is like things that I've done that I perceive to be like on the stepping stone to like understanding consciousness, because kind of like the color thing, if you have a wider perspective, if you know what something is like, you can infer to what things it is not, or things that you don't know yet, or you can have a broader perspective of something else to compare it to. You have more data to work with from a very different field, from like almost from like a drastically different experience, so much so that it's like it feels like it's on its own island of a concept because it's just so far removed and different. Sorry, I have done psych studies due to a certain interest, but I am not 100% versed in a professor level. I'm just a typical spectator. I mean, at the same time, so am I. I didn't go to school. I didn't go to college. Like, I went to high school. I graduated high school, but I didn't fucking care about high school at all. I think I had like a 2.7 GPA. I barely showed up enough just to pass. Didn't remember a fucking damn thing. I learned more in the first year outside of high school than any of the shit I learned in school. I found my love for learning once I finally had like the self-autonomy and will to actualize my drive for understanding the universe, and that didn't come until after high school. And so I've done fully self-study since that point. And I'm now 23, so it's been 5 years. So I've spent more than an entire master's degree is 4 years? I've spent more than a master's degree, if that's true. Master's degree in years. A master's degree typically takes 1 to 2 years for full-time students, but can range from 7 months to 4+ years depending on your field. Whatever. It's weird. Graded in high school with 3.75 GPA, which almost means nothing in real life. It really does. I mean, I support having some sort of minimal amount of like education to support, you know, being able to fucking function. But like, no, that's like a doctorate. A doctorate is like 7. It's like bachelor's, master's, doctorate is the order. Or like, I thought master's degree was maybe also a doctorate sometimes. It's weird. It's dependent on the field or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I didn't go to college. I didn't care. I didn't want to go to college. Would I like to go to college now? Yeah, for sure. But I don't have the money or time. But yeah, I've done just a bunch of self-study. This is all things, all of this wisdom and knowledge that I'm accumulating. I mean, this is a very small representation of all the things that I could talk about and write down. But like, I genuinely have built this kind of from the ground up on my own. There's nothing wrong with what I do. Yeah, but it makes it very hard to have that recognition for the intellect that I've worked on obtaining. Like, a lot of people, especially employers and whoever, everyone fucking, dude, in America, it's so retarded. Everybody asks, what do you do for work? As if it's like the most important thing about you, or like what makes you who you are. And I couldn't disagree more. My job has fucking nothing to do with me. It's just to pay the bills, and that's it. Like, I picked a job that I don't hate. I picked a job where I'm able to listen to podcasts and stuff to be able to learn, because that's what I wanted.
The job has nothing to do with those things. It just works around those things. It's completely removed in my book. It's not the point. If I had a career built from the things that I enjoy, from the things I'm passionate about, that would be very different. But everybody kind of just asks the question as though they're assuming that you're doing that, because why wouldn't you, obviously? Well, have you seen statistics for Gen Z and how they're able to exist in the modern day, especially with going to college, and how unaffordable everything is, and how house prices are astronomically out of reach compared to a salary and all of that stuff? Should that matter? No, I don't think so. I think we need a new way to reframe one's worth, one's like intellect or value. But it's hard to do that without like a trusted system of which people go through that has like a certification and regulation board and like a bunch of things. Like I understand why. It's something I also support in theory. Like I'm not against college at all. I would want to go to college. It's just like, knowledge is knowledge, and whether you've obtained it or not is kind of the point. But you don't really have a representation of that unless you're able to sit and chat for hours and hours with somebody to like really allow the exchange of information to really represent who someone is and what they know. What do you mean as an outsider? You keep saying that, but like you're just a human being like me, We are not the same person, but we are one in the same in terms of being a person. Destiny's still not live. In my personal opinion, there are a lot of things I do not care and at the same time find things interesting. Well, I mean, that's has to be true by necessity. You can't care about everything. And you also can't be apathetic towards everything. Well, that's actually probably easier to do. Never mind. I need to use the bathroom. But I can't say that about my family, as I do have a child, which is almost irresponsible. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the position I was in when I was hyper depressed and ready to die. I had a kid by that point. My child was born when I was 17. I was in a very precarious position at that time. But yeah, that's kind of the same reason. Like I was not quite apathetic toward everything to the degree where I decided to stick around. Yeah, I had something to live for, essentially, outside of myself, that I valued enough to not die. Am I going to put all the weight of that in the world on her? No. Have I developed a relationship with myself at this point where it's worth living for myself now? Yes. Did I believe that I was ready to be done? Yes. Did I, like create a life for myself with somebody that I love, with, creating relationships with my family that I value too much to leave? At this point, yes. Like I'm very far away now. Probably the furthest away I've been now from suicide since that point. Would I say I'm lucky? In part. Would I say that the going through that experience to inform myself whether or not to continue on at all has helped shape the way I continue on and the things I choose? Yeah, for sure, without doubt. Almost to a detrimental degree, maybe, because I don't know. Ever since that point, the only thing that I could help to focus on in my day-to-day life was philosophy. Like that's what helped, because I needed to replace the emptiness and the lack of meaning in order to exist. I wasn't going to thrive or survive in any other way. Destiny, when are you going live so we can chat, brother? I disagree with the idea that Destiny's not live right now. He should be live. I'm really, at odds with the fact that he's not live right now. It's funny because I'm in the disagreements channel for his Discord, waiting for him to get online. Anyways, I need to write questions for Destiny. Aim to survive. Do you think social liberalism is existentialism in political practice? How much can we disagree on reality before our civilization and cohabitation becomes unlivable? Wouldn't it be inevitable that society, as we know, collapses if we are acting in opposition to one another's interest? Or perhaps because humanity as a whole has always had many vastly different beliefs, things will be fine.
The donut class. How dare you? Yeah, that's all right. How dare you have self-autonomy and choose how to spend your time? How rude. Especially if you're at work. Ugh. Well, good. I mean, if it makes you feel important and it fulfills you. Yeah, but who can't? Let's be real. Okay. I need to think. What am I going to ask him? Because this is like my hero, or like, not my hero. He's my intellectual representation. Like how I was talking about, everybody can have like their like representation through whoever. Through their internet personalities. It is addictingly easy to identify oneself now more than ever with a single person on the internet or small group who can represent more accurately one's beliefs on a larger scale. More like idol? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I look up to him. I have a lot of respect for him. I have a lot of interest in getting to understand him because he reminds me so much of me. Like there's a lot different. Of course there is in anybody. But there very much definitely is quite a bit of connection. I mean, it's not really a bad joke. It's kind of accurate. I'm not like cringe about it. You know? But, or at least I try not to be cringe about it. I also see myself as like a intellectual, and I would like to interact with other intellectuals. It's really lonely being smart. It's basically intellectual / mutual understanding of each other. Well, I have an understanding of him. He doesn't know who I am. He doesn't
we're not friends. It's a weird. It would be a very weird parasocial relationship to pretend that we're friends. I'm definitely not his friend. Even though he's responded to my chats on stream, that's not the same. It's not. This is, talking to him like on a voice call. Now that's my shot to connect genuinely with someone. Cringe. Bro has AI downloaded on his computer and misclicks it because it's on his hotbar. Cringe. Okay. Is the correlation between what would you say is the correlation between the pursuit of truth you do you and hope for the best. Thank you, man. I rather look at the positive versus negative all the time, but at the same token try to find proper reasoning. Yep, and that's what's hard is we want to focus on the positive to feel good, but if we want to understand the truth, almost by necessity, we have to think about the unfortunate realities. You have to see both sides of the coin. Yin and yang. It's the whole thing. So it depends what your goals are. Yeah, and I think it should. It's an accurate representation. I mean, clair obscur is literally that. It's the idea of the contrast between the light and dark and everything in between that paints the full picture. You have to have both. If you only have one, you're blind. You're colorblind. Yeah, otherwise there's not cognitive reasoning. Yep. Exactly. Oh, I'm kind of just waiting, but thank you. I try. I attempt. Out of necessity for survival, out of a coping mechanism. That's what it is. I think a lot of the intelligence stems from like a place of like insecurity and need to feel like I'm in control. Like there's better than no attempt. Very true. Yeah, very true. It's hard to be smart for its own reasons or another. But I won't say it's not worth the trade-off. But it does come with its downsides, undeniably. Remember, you say you have to look at both sides of the coin. Oh, yeah. That's like such a close core tenet to like my existence and how I think. I don't think it's possible that I could forget that. Sorry, I didn't check chat for a while. Can't do nothing when you know it will be something if nothing is understood. Can't do nothing when you know it will be something if nothing is understood. Cheers to you. I hope this journey you take is worth every bit of it. I mean, it's all about the journey, right? Like, you don't know when it's going to end. You don't know how it's going to turn out. But the methodology, the pursuit, the intention is the point. In my eyes, like, trying it all. That's what living is. You know, we're all scared of death because it removes our agency in order to be able to try. We look on the physical senses about the highway. Yeah, but like nobody ever thinks of it like that. Like when they're on the highway, they're usually thinking about their destination. Like sure they're paying attention to what's happening just to navigate the road and not to, crash. But like most people's forethought is on the highway. Or sorry, the destination, not the highway. Is it the set of rules that leads/guides us? Let me think about that for a second.
Seems a bit ambiguous, but I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah, it's not hyper defined. It's hard. I'm also like kind of hitting a point of like distraction. But yeah, my ADHD brain is like going all over the place. But is it the sets of rules that lead/guides us? Yeah, but we put them there. So we have the ability to tear them down, to create new ones, to adjust them, to, you know, like we have that opportunity. We've already done it in many ways, and everybody's kind of fighting to implement their version of the rules. You used to have ADHD. Well, ADHD is a weird thing because I don't know that I really understand it, but I definitely feel like I have it. But it's not like actually diagnosed. So yeah, my lack of ability to kind of focus my attention sometimes is it's a weird sort of wave of things. I've thought a lot about ADHD, and I did go in to try to get diagnosed for it. They told me I'm right on the line of I either do or don't. Like I'm basically I qualify, but at the same time it's not like conclusively so. So I'm just like, fuck me, I guess, you know? Whatever. And they tried some meds with me, but I was also still kind of depressed back then. And so they tried some depression meds, and like it just made me less sad, but not more happy. And it felt like the pros of what ADHD allowed me to do was taken away. Like the cons, sure, I was kind of more present, but I wasn't present in the way I wanted to be. Like I was present, but I was bored. Rather than like being super actively engaged in like what the thing is. That's kind of the thing that I struggle with is like I'm always searching to be inside the subject material as deeply and intensely as I can be, because that's where I prefer to be. If I'm playing a game, I want to full focus into the game. I want to like hyper, you know, try hard, whatever, learn a bunch of stuff, like do the best I can. If I'm thinking about philosophy, I want to do it to my best ability. I want to think as deeply and as broadly as I can to incorporate as much information that I've accumulated to make the most conclusively sound arguments that I can. It's hard to feel like I can just dip my toes into the water, like I want to jump in your middle space, in your mental capacity. Like, is it too many things to sort out? Yes. I would agree with that, actually. Like, thinking about it, are there so many things that I am interested in and, like, want to understand on a deeper level? Yes, but it's almost so paralyzing, like, the analysis paralysis of, like, too many things to, like, write down and do, that it essentially just kind of falls to the wayside and becomes kind of forgotten. Especially because I didn't have a really good organization system for my thoughts. I do now. Like I bought Obsidian, this program for it on purpose so that I could organize my thoughts and connect them so it's easier to like keep track of stuff. Like here's my Clair Obscure bubble. Like here's the Ethereum Moonlight bubble, which is a story that I'm writing. And then this is a game I was trying to create. Like I was playing around with making a game. And then I've just got a bunch of other random one-offs. And so like having thoughts and grounding
your thoughts is really helpful. Whoa, I love this program so much. It's pretty sick. I'm kind of at a loss for words. I'm almost kind of intimidated. Like, I don't know what questions to ask necessarily. I don't even know that I want to ask him questions. I kind of just want to read this, and I want him to interrupt me and be like, "Okay, what the fuck do you mean by that? Have you thought about this?" Maybe that's what I'll say. It's like, "Okay, I tried to write down my thoughts. I've got about a couple thousand words. Can I just start reading through it and you can just interrupt me and tell me what, ask me questions and we can go deep on any of the topics or things that I mention." And it's just like a Kickstarter. Like, I don't have to read it all. I just want to, that's where I want to start, I guess. 'Cause I don't have, I'm trying to think of questions, but it's it's asking about vague enough things. I don't have specific enough questions, I feel like, to be worthy of his time, but I feel like we could easily get into a really good conversation. Destiny, is that the dude Destiny that I know, or a completely different person? Should be the guy you know here. This guy. This dude with the, weird thumbnails and stuff. But yeah. He's the GOAT, in my opinion. Look, just do what is worth asking without being intimidated. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is I don't feel like what I want is to have a conversation with him about things. I don't necessarily have a question and I want him to answer my question. That's not where my brain is. The only reason why I have these questions written down is because I thought that maybe that would be a more proper way to go about the whole thing. But, I think I just need to take a break and get up and walk around for a second. I'll be back. I'm going to stay streaming while I talk to him. Yeah. So, I don't know if I will. He did invite me onto the stream yesterday to talk, but I had a bad connection, so I wasn't able to chat. And so I was like, "Hey, I'll try again another time when I'm at my setup." 'Cause I was just on my phone with Bluetooth. Just gotta feed whatever curiosity you have. Yeah, I guess I want to delve into his philosophy a little bit, but I'm not a cringe philosophy debater dude. I'm genuinely just really passionate about understanding the way the world works and what to do about it, and what people's perspectives are. And I've already gotten to know him super well through his videos and live streams and podcasts and stuff. And so it really is kind of weird because it's like what I really want, and it's kind of a weird, selfish thing, but I'm not going to lie. So I want him to be curious about me because I think we're similar in a way that I think that we could bounce ideas off of each other, that we could be helpful. We could have helpful discussions to work through some things, to think about the world. I don't think he necessarily is looking for that. And it's also kind of a, almost a selfish endeavor in a way to do that. It's like no, that's not what I meant. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. If it helps you, I have nothing against it, as I have a certain bias. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I want him to get to know me. Okay? I've gotten to know him. I think that we are cool people. I think we'd be good friends. I think that we could be very productive. I think that it would be extremely helpful. Mainly to me, though, and I understand that. I understand that that's kind of the relationship, because, like, what does he get out of talking to some 23-year-old that's thought a lot about philosophy and life and stuff? What is that worth for him? I don't know. Maybe it is. I think it potentially could be, and that's kind of like my entire thing. Just approach the truth that helps your life worth all the while and meaning. He has good mental capacity intellectually. Yes, he does. I look up to him very much for that. It's hard to deny, and I'm trying to connect with people like that. And he's like one of the few people who I feel like has enough broad connections to many different topics in a cohesive way that matches my stuff. But for me, he's not in the same realm in my life. He's very much in the same realm as I am in mine. He's my goat. So, but I know he already has a fuck ton of fans and stuff who would want to be his friend and whatever too. Like, it's hard to like separate myself without being able to just talk to him. I think, like, I'm not the type of guy to like post or whatever. I mean, I could try to email him. He does read emails from chatters and stuff. Yeah, I'm not even asking you to tell me anything. I'm just sharing. That's pretty much it. I am more of a person that just wants to just understand certain things to a degree. What are you interested in? What do you want to know? Your point of view helps me with people like yourself. Well, yeah, I'm curious, like, I would like to be challenged in ways that makes sense, not just challenged for the sake of being challenged, but like if there's like a really cohesive sort of like argument to tear my worldview apart, I welcome it. You are more close to faith base. Yeah, I'm quite far from it, and that's the thing that I have a lot of contention with, but not tied down to a religion. Well, it's like it's weird because religion, it tries to fulfill a lot of things for a lot of people, and I can respect that, but it also blinds people. So it's kind of a whole thing. Sorry, one second. I'm writing the email to him. Okay, sorry. I'll check chat now. I think that there is a higher being and we just do not know how to tap into that standard. Well, if we don't even know how to tap into that standard, obviously this higher being doesn't care enough to help us out. Whatever they have in store for us, I can't say if that's 100% a fact or deny it. It's just where I stand for the time being. Hayden is nice chatting. I need to focus back on work or I will catch hell with my employer, all in the best seriousness. Cool. Yeah, there's not an argument for a divine being that makes a lot of sense to me that would trump the understanding of the reality that I have. There's just no room. It's like, if there is a God, it's not a malevolent God. It's a malicious or apathetic one, unfortunately.
Should probably turn on the light in my room and walk around and take a break and all that stuff. Okay.
I'm so late into this.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep. Though my suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
Why are my frames so bad? Wow, that just disappeared out of nowhere. Wow, your gun has a fast time to kill. That's pretty cool. What gun is that?
On the 12th day of December, Jeff Keighley gave to me 12 nominations.
11 billion damage.
For those who come after.
Hey, the man's a miming.
7 sexy feet. 6 perfect parries.
This game's so tight. Let me show ya.
Bruzo, I can't find Flory.
Where's that place you looked?
Where the hell is Clea?
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. Getting arrested right in front of a nosy neighbor has to be one of the most embarrassing things ever.
Why do I keep loading into fucking raids that are just like halfway over? Forgot I had keybind. Alt X. That's a rocketeer. Somehow didn't see me. Don't tell me it's me. It looks like it's at me. It's at me. Yep. Fucking hell, I need to take off that fucking thing. The... What's it called? The hotkey.
Okay. Is the internet fucking crashing today?
I've got what works. Don't forget it.
Good to see you.
Oh, you're back. Got something in mind? Hey.
Let's go to the Grandioso Apartments.
It's like no fucking loot, man.
the southern station.
Good shit, bro. Good shit. Good shit.
Yeah, dude, I'm on like 1 HP.
Good shit.
GG's.
Think I'm here for you.
Hey, thanks, man. It's an honorable 1v1.
Holy, bro. GG's.
Okay, base.
You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. 10 minutes.
Yo, I'm friendly, bro. Let's just get out of here, yeah? Bro, come on. Seriously? I don't have shit, brother. Shouldn't have done it. I put nothing in my safe bag, bro. Whoa, friendly. Listen, I'm not here to fight anymore, alright? I was just looting this place, that's all. Friendly, bro, friendly. I have nothing on me. I literally have a free loadout. Like, what are you doing right now, bro? Seriously? Nice, bro. Good one. Nice one.
Go to that location.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it, bro.
Okay, I have a deadline due to my act. Is that fair?
Do you want to take down the Bastion? That sounds really close.
Down there.
Bro, help me take out these guys over here down this hall. They're right here, bro.
Down there.
Bro, what the fuck?
I did not mean to do that.
It's okay. Now we're even.
Here, I can drop you. I swear
No. I shot you. You had to heal yourself. It's fine. We're even now.
Knocked out Raider. Over there.
What's up? You good, brother?
Ready, bro?
Yeah, bro. Are we taking out this bastion? What's going on? Yo. I fell and I got shot. I'm going over towards the center, away from the bastion. I'm going south, away from the bastion. If anybody has a defib. Does anybody have a defib? Anybody with a defib? I am in the center at the bottom of the map. If anybody has a defib, I need help. I am going to die. Death is me. Woe is me. You know what? I want to play fucking TFT, bro. I want to play TFT, bro. Oh my god.
Exterminate.
Shout and throw machetes? How quaint.
Why, thank you. You remind me of all those reckoners no one remembers.
So dumb.
Pick a car.
Hey. What do I want? What do I have? What do I want? What do I have? Sword. I have sword. I guess Infinity Edge. Or replaces his basic attack. So Draven. Clappa juice.
I would buy that Nautilus, but I want to lose this to maintain street gold, and I want to maintain my economy. So, fuck if I'm to do anything here. Hey, finally unlocked Darius. Took a minute, but we got there.
Opposing me. Noxus will rise. Wooju style.
I will protect you.
I believe I'll win this next combat. If not, I'll do this. Big Wayne. Looks like he didn't go live today. What a shame. I'm smart. I did the thing. This guy's level 7? Brother. Dude, Baby No Money and Linus Tech Tips collab. Based. Oh, that's right. My interest is increased to 7. It's fine. I've got Draven too. Kalappa. Kalappa. Bubba based.
Return the crown, butcher, or I will carve it from your face. Pick a card. You face the Ruined King.
Now that he has Rage Blade, it's gonna go much quicker.
It ain't luck, it's destiny.
Come, sire. Let us end this mockery.
Damn. That's the Bringer of Ruin. I'm a few Dravens off. I could have done better. I forgot I had increased interest to 7. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't even need Wukong then. Just throw in Yunara. Boy could just.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Bear witness. All right, Godric. That was a 2-star Swain. I would win this fight for sure. I might win anyway. Cast? Okay. Wait. Oh my god, I won. That was close.
You dare oppose Noxus.
Okay. Now I have a 2-star Swain. Kappa. Okay. I mean, 2-star Draven isn't doing that bad. Bro, where is he?
Jesus, dude, how many fucking rerolls have I done? I finally found another Draven. Like, what the fuck, dude? Keep going, Draven, don't die. I'm so fucked. Dude, once Draven's 3-star, it's Jover. It's Jover. Oh my god. There he is. What? A bug? Okay. Jamie. Good. You get off at 4 today, yeah? Yeah. Wrapping paper. True. Oh my goodness, bro. Bot 4. Cringe. Cringe. I think I need a win streak with that artifact instead. How much? Oh, I have drinks I can has. It's Christmas. It's Christmas. I will be rapping.
I do not tolerate cowardice.
Wow, I started with a 3 cost. Isn't Malzahar dead? Kinda talking to chat. Oh, pair of Malzahars. Nundale. Iron Carapace. Okay. This is weird. I mean, this is also a good start here, too. As long as I get a Yasuo, but I got a tier. So it might just be a Malzahar.
plus a cog. Plus a cockma. Yeah, and a rod. Camo cat. The Ruined King. No. Worth the wait, prize fighter. Bodyguard training. Pandora's bench. Let's go. However, I love you. Fuck this cold sore, man. He didn't go live today, so I'll try again at some point. When I'm home at my computer. It would have been fun to have like a Christmas Eve conversation though, because I like Christmas and it would have been a gift come true. Wow. A goofy, goober man. I should be able to hit Mal's 3 relatively easily. You're welcome. Holy shit. Darkened bow, not bad.
Choose evil, get shot. I'll let my hands do the talking.
welcome.
Did you say something for amigo?
Exterminate.
Did you say something for amigo?
Quite the package. fact that I still haven't hit a Malzahar through the fucking Pandora's Bench is stupid. That's crazy.
I carry the legacy of the Vasani. The cold does not forgive. I carry the legacy of the Vasani.
Bro, I almost have fucking RE3. Oh my god, dude. This is crazy, man. I'll survive till Raptors, Sentinels, whatever. Bruh.
I am the wild. Why do you always look at me like that, Echo?
Time is not on your side.
Bro, maybe I won't make it to Raptors. Jeez, dude. Bro went 8th. Holy, I lost all my OP. Alright, last game. And then it's Christmas Eve time.
Hello, world. I'm Seraphine, and you are beautiful.
Well, never playing Malzahar again.
What change will this wind bring?
The Freljord awakens. You swim well, Gangplank. The sea is ripe for battle.
Oh my god, I hit. Oh. Bro. Oh, found him. Jeez, that took forever. That's actually kind of stupidly crazy.
Sword and shot, I'll take my island back. Take my island back.
Fuck.
one that feeds you.
I'll take my island back.
You are in motion, love.
Okay.
All your life has led to this moment.
Somehow I got 5th.
Episode. Where's your room? Mine is that one. That's
Yes.
I'm here to pick up the trash because that's my chore for this week. And they were arguing, and I found out what the argument was about is because Ethan put the lemonade in there with the top on crooked, and it spilled everywhere in the fridge. Ethan was saying that he didn't do it, it wasn't his fault, all this, and it was just a back and forth on the issue.
Okay, hold on. Was that guy in the hills who shot me? I just want to get the rocket parts, bro. I just want to put the rocket parts in the bag. Oh? I think he's up there somewhere? This guy, this is like the widest... Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Shh. Take a deep breath. We'll put the cop slop in the bag in a sec. Why? Do the robots normally... Oh! Do you think it's the same guy? Okay. Okay, whatever. Dude, last night me and Mr. Mooten played the most aggressive fucking queues in the universe. I killed so many people. I feel like I'm in like the perma fucking PvP queue now. I'm never breaking out of here. I need to free drop like 7 games in a row and just Care Bear. Yeah, we're in the Grinch lobbies now. Like, I just want to kill that guy. I just need to kill that guy and leave. I'm just an Arc Raider. I'm not a PvPer. Can we not? Why?
Head home at the sunroof hatch.
How many snap grenades does it take to kill the Rocketeer guy? Are we real right now? Oh, we're real. Oh.
Team up? Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Rocket guy. God damn it. Oh, wait. I hit. I don't know if that one hit. Two didn't do it? Well. It's medium bullets. I don't even know how much damage this does. Ugh. Ugh. It's taking so long, so I'm gonna roll up. The other guy shot at the monster instead of me at least. Monster instead of me at least. Monster robot. It is a monster, true. Nice! Miss! 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 I thought two snap. No, I thought two snap grenades.
Yeah.
Hey, Raider.
What it do?
No. Let me put these rocket parts in my ass. Hello? One? Is that all they normally drop?
Oh, you're the man.
They always drop 2 parts on this level? Oh shit, sorry buddy. There are Rocketeer husks all over the North Swamp area and dams. They have a decent chance to drop a driver. Really? I don't think I believe you.
You didn't know you did it, pretty much. And then Ethan kind of got riled up about it and got in his face. And my dad was like, you're not like getting in my face. You're not going to do that. You're 15. So Dad started putting his finger in his face, and then Ethan
North
started,
part of Swamp.
like swinging at him, and they just started
In
like,
the dams.
grappling
Okay,
pretty
I'll try
much. It started like right there and got all the way over there. It looked like my dad was on top, and it looked like Ethan
was he on top?
over. He got on top of him. I didn't know what was going on. And then Dad says, did he just stab me? And I just started freaking out. I go over there, there's blood everywhere. And
oh, I don't need one more. Never mind. I'm good.
Comes over here to the sink and cleans off his knife and walks out the door talking to somebody on the phone.
Hell yes!
I just see him. I just see him with his,
knife or a kitchen knife?
I think he keeps like a knife like clipped to his, yeah. Nothing real fancy, just like a
What's the best way to get surveyor vaults? Do I just have to kill the surveyors?
knife that you can flip out.
Let's see.
Yeah.
It's pretty scary, man.
He's all I have.
Well, he's in the best hands that we can find him right now. Those medics knew what they were doing, and they were all business getting him out of here fast. They did the best they could to get him out of here as soon as they could, okay? So they washed the knife off in the sink.
I think that's what he did. He had the water on.
There's the, hey, I found the knife. It's in the sink. Oh, left the handle.
Good blood. Did you just say good blood? Is that Dexter?
Hey, we found the knife.
Okay, y'all good?
Yep.
Dad alright?
He's still coherent and talking. He was in pretty bad shape when he left here.
Like an actual solid stab.
Like actual, got some lung.
With what?
It's one of them knives like we all carry.
Yeah. Well, at least it wasn't super big.
It's big enough. I'm gonna hop off here and help Wally out.
Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Wally, you done here? Yeah, you're gonna back up. I'm gonna get the knife and then head to the SO. Alright, man, we found the knife here in the sink.
Oh, you did? Right there in the sink, huh?
Yeah, he was trying to wash it off. And then he walked out the back door.
Is there any way I can speak with him, sir?
Before we leave, not right now, okay? Is he in your truck, Justin? Yeah. Okay. Hey, your dad's in good hands, okay? He's in the best possible hands he can be in right now, alright? Keep your head clear. If you talk to anybody, you can call dispatch, okay? Night, buddy.
Rip.
Alright, Miss McKinney. So, from what you're saying, the harbor started over spilt lemonade? Okay, did you see any physical altercation?
Yes. They were screaming. It started off screaming. Josh started putting his finger in Ethan's face. They started shoving back and forth. And then that's whenever Josh took his hands and just pushed Ethan as hard as he could against the wall. From there, they fell to the floor and they were wrestling each other. And when they were in the floor wrestling, and Ethan was like, get off of me, and then all of a sudden I heard Josh said, he stabbed me.
Okay, but we got his shirt and the knife, and we're going to go to the sheriff's office from here, okay?
Is there any way I can speak to him before y'all go?
Briefly. Just briefly. Is he in your truck? You can go
Because
briefly,
I know
okay?
he's scared to death.
Okay.
He should be. But
Okay. Your mother wants to talk to you. You sit in the truck. Turn your feet around. You sit there. You don't get out of this truck. You understand?
Are you scared or anything? Was your nose busted?
I thought I was physically going to get hurt, so that's why I pulled out. Hell, dude, getting in my nose is bleeding everywhere.
I know, just come out and first.
We'll be able to call your mom in a minute, okay? We'll be able to call your mom in a minute, okay? Yes, you're free to go inside, man. Yes, you're free to go inside, man. We're buckling in. One sheriff's officer will talk, okay? One sheriff's officer will talk.
All right. All right.
Hey, old buddy.
Had a juvenile stab his legit in the back. Stabbed legit. Pretty good size blade. Pretty good size blade. We've got the juvenile. We've got the juvenile in custody, so we're on our way to the sheriff's office. So, all right, then that's the game plan.
All right, brother man. Is he gonna live?
I would assume so. I mean, he was coherent talking whenever they took him out.
All right, brother man.
All right, then I'm on my way to the sheriff's office.
With Ethan now en route to the sheriff's office to answer questions and give his side of the story, officers believed the situation was under control. In reality, the night was about to take a much darker turn.
What?
He yells my name because he was, I was the last one seen get the lemonade up. And he's like, you spilled the lemonade, and he's just all so mad about it for no reason, like just outrageously mad. Like more mad than I've seen him mad like ever for the most dumbest thing. And then I could have swore I thought I put the top on. He was like, apparently you didn't. And just starts arguing about the stuff about lemonade and doing some other stuff. And starts calling us all stupid because my mom says kids make mistakes. You shouldn't be getting so mad over that. And he just starts yelling at us, calling us all stupid and stuff. I just want to get away from it, so I go into my room, close my door, and then he just walks in there, like all big and bad. And then he comes up to me and just pushes me. And like the first push, I thought something was gonna happen. So that's when I.
Why do you put gun mods on a single shot rifle? Doesn't do anything. So shot dispersion closes the circle, so it reduces when you're aiming at an area. It makes it so the shot is more precise. So like the underbarrel mod, I don't think does anything for the Pharaoh because you don't care about recoil because you're reloading every shot. But like reducing per shot dispersion is always good because it improves your accuracy.
Grabbed the knife, but then I put it in my pocket because I wasn't going to use it in something like all big and bad. And then he comes up to me and just pushes me. And like the first push, I thought something was going to happen. So that's when I grabbed the knife, but then I put it in my pocket because I wasn't going to use it until actually something happened. Until I thought that I needed. So you didn't have the knife in your pocket originally? It was in your room? Yeah, it was originally in my room because I wasn't going to use it unless I thought I needed to actually use it because there's no reason to. But then I did because he pushed me. And I just wanted to get away from him because he was just getting on my nerves. He was yelling at me. And then he pushes me again. Like, I try to get out of my room, and he doesn't let me out. I said, can I please get out of my room? And he says no, and pushes me again. So then I, finally, move him out of the way. Not hard or nothing at all. Slightly move him out of the way so I can get out of my room. Tries to get me on the ground, and that's where I push him and then start defending myself. And then he tries to get me on the ground again. I'm like, no, and then that's when I stab him because that's when he hit me in the nose. So I stab him because he hit me in the nose. And he was trying to get me to the ground, so I thought that something was going to happen because he's way older than me, more experienced, everything. I wasn't just going to let myself get beat like that. Okay. Did he ever have a weapon in his hand at all, or just his hands? Just his hands. Whatever to that. I just got up because everyone was screaming. I just washed the blood off my hands. Well, originally I dropped the knife off the ground and then just got up and washed the blood off my hands. You just dropped the knife off? You picked it up off the ground? No, I dropped it on the ground. Because you know how it was on the ground when you walked in there? Because I left it on the ground. And then I went and washed off my hands and then I went outside just because I needed to get some air. That's all I felt like I needed was just air. How often did you guys fight? It's happened a lot. It's been going on for a while. Because used to when I was a little kid, around 8, because my mom got with him when I was around 8 and stuff. He would legit use both of his hands and pick me up by the cheeks and squeeze my face, telling me to shut up and stuff.
Sorry, that's
either once or twice, I know that. Okay. Because I done it, I think it was twice, because I done it once, and then he didn't fall, and he tried to keep on, hitting me and trying to get me on the ground, so then I think I done it again, and that's when he fell to the ground. Was he standing when you hit him? Yeah. He was trying to get me on the ground, hitting me and stuff. Okay, where'd the first in the back,
demonstrate, kind of like get up and show you all the SWAT in the back.
Stand up here.
It's like right here, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Where'd the next one go?
Like either above it or a little bit below it. I can't remember.
Okay. So was you reaching around him, I guess?
Yeah, like I had the knife and I just went because I was trying to, just give him away from me because I was getting hit. I thought I was gonna die. Like I thought he wasn't gonna stop. So I just went to that shop and I just stabbed him.
All right. Sit tight for a second with Justin right here. Get my camera to a couple pictures of you, okay?
All right.
And I'll make a phone call. I'll be back here and talk to you, all right?
All right.
I'll be right back.
Now that Ethan had told his side of events, officers waited. But
Wait, was that the crazy turn of events, or?
Soon they received devastating
Oh, what, that his dad died?
news. News they now had to break to him.
All right. Ethan, explain something to you, buddy, okay?
Oh, not good.
This is not me. You hear? But I gotta tell you. Stephen didn't make it. He had passed away. Don't know what's gonna happen. Charges or anything like that, but I'll report as a worker. I'll still allow your dad to come here and talk to you. Because it's almost here. Just make you aware of that, okay? Sit here, take a breath, drink water. But please stay sitting here, okay? Missy Davis, the lady you talked to earlier. Ethan wants to talk to you, okay? Talk to you.
I'm just making sure that you're aware that your charges changed.
I didn't know.
Do you now?
Well, yeah, now I do.
Okay. Alright, so instead of attempted murder, they're charging you with murder. You'll have a court date on Thursday at 9 in the morning. I'm sure they won't bring you to court. They'll probably do it on Zoom. But you'll know more after that, okay? And they're going to take you to the hospital and get you medically cleared. You have to do that before going to detention. Alright, thanks.
Alright.
So, how long am I going to be in there for?
Go up to the judge. So you'll be in front of a judge Thursday. They'll decide whether you stay in there.
So, do I get a lawyer or is it just a judge?
Your parents are already right in the process of getting a lawyer. Okay? So
I'll just stand the detention center until...
Alright, until hearing Thursday, yes. Let's go.
One step,
Alright.
Does anything else? This video sucked! What, you guys watch this? Then he goes to hospital?
County, a condition.
Oh, he's fine. No one cares. Self-defense or not, seems like the dad might have been abusive and the kid snapped rather than felt he was in danger per se. I don't know. We didn't have like a video of the fight or anything, right? I don't fucking know.
Go to the departure building.
Red alert.
It's a JCS video? What the fuck?
A queen is guarding it with her life. Only engage if you've brought your best gear, lots of backup, and a very good plan.
What do the queens even drop normally? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's like Dune! Oh my god, it's like Dune! Oh my god, it's like Dune! It's like the movie Dune! Like in Dune! Is that thing looking at me? No. It just turns its head around. Wait, does it say on the map when queens are dropping, or do you just have to keep like rolling maps until you get one if you're trying to hunt them? Damn, people are killing each other already? Guys, there's a queen out here! Harvester event? God, the giant thing out there that's walking around, and there's like a thing mining behind it. It reminds me of it kind of reminds me of Dune. You guys saw that movie, right? Like in Dune when they I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I'm done. Somebody else died. It drops loose loot under it you can grab. Like good loot? I want pink stuff only. You should have watched David Lynch's Dune. Well, seeing as how I think David Lynch and Dune both suck, I don't give a fuck. Are you serious? If you do the harvester puzzle, you get 16 stacks